Hopefully I know what I'm doing. I'm bad. It's been a while since well, actually, it hasn't been that long. Played yesterday, but it feels weird to play LoLK again. Kinda don't want to deal with this one right now. It's part of the stage. It's close to alive. I forgot what her attacks are. I don't think I really like that one. Wish my hands weren't cold right now. Makes it hard to play. Wait, why did I only get 50% for shooting down? Oh yeah, this non-spell is awful. Seriously? Oh, my game is lagging every once in a while. Not really a fan of it. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, I think I gotta change something because my game's lagging right now. It's a problem. Whoops. Alright, wait. Ow, my ears. Hopefully it'll be fine for me now. I'm really bad at this stage. I've heard people say it's fine, but I'm not good at it at all. Whew. I hate that I have to capture that to get a freaking life from the mini boss. Oh, there. Okay, so there is a. Never mind. I know there's a safe spot there. If I could do it consistently, I'd really like to use it. But I can't. Yippee. I'm close to getting this one down. Not quite there, though. I'm just scared. Spell card just scares me. Oh my god. Screw Junko. Oh my god. No. I don't want to do it. Thank you. Oh, what is this? Well. Oh, this one isn't bad once you know what to do. Oh, cool. The blue non-spells. Again. I'd rather not. I don't even know what I got hit by. This wasn't even really looking. Wish I was better at doing that. I don't like doing that. It's such a slow kill. Or, I don't know. I'm very inconsistent at it, is what I mean. Trying to get the life fragment from the first part. I'm so bad at this. Hey there, Marionette. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna reset. Imagine being good at Tuhu. I'm like kinda good. I ain't that great, but I can at least beat extra stages. I'm getting somewhere, but still got a ways to go before like Lunatic. Not being able to beat them on normal. I had a pretty rough start, I remember. I was one of the players who just didn't know what focus was for a bit. And I tried to beat EOSD without focus, which was an experience, alright. I've been playing a ton recently. And so I've gotten good fast, but it's also been like basically all I'm doing, to be honest. Since I decided to like catch up with the games and then do the extra stages and all that, it's been taking me a good amount of time. Sounds painful? Well, at times it is. I did the, at times I still have fun, but sometimes it's definitely a giant pain. Like, I did the second game's extra stage not too long ago, and that was awful. I had varied. I don't know how much experience I could say I had with bullet hells before starting to play Toho, because I've played other bullet hells, but I've never played like a shmup. Also, I tried to bomb for some reason. Oh, I hate this part. I had 0 experience. Yeah, I played a few games, but it was like Binding of Isaac, Gungeon, Enter the Gungeon. I played Ikaruga once. I wasn't any good at that. Although with the experience that I did have, I was more prone to understanding like random patterns rather than set ones, similar to like this, where it's like a path. It's like a sort of path you have to follow. I was not used to that, so it took me a while to get good at that. Took me a while to get my first 1cc though. I think my first one was in the 9th game. That was mostly due to pure luck. Game just decided to be kind to me one day. And then I just went along beating each game. Although I couldn't beat Subterranean Animism or UFO on my first go around. I got to stage 5 and kind of gave up. For the time being, at least. Whoops. Easy mode fighting. I think easy mode 1cc still count. And the fighting games, I tried Immaterial and Missing Power, and man, I was bad. Oops. It's my favorite streamer. Yo, what's up? Oh my eyes just... I just stopped paying attention for some reason. This tech blows. Yep. Fire the yeah. I don't have too much experience with fighting games in general. I've played... What have I played? I played platform fighters. Those didn't really help me at all. I played some Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. I've played Under Night Inbirth for a bit. But overall, I tried to play on normal. I got my butt kicked. I'm so used to games that just have like auto combos where I can just mash one attack and all of a sudden just does like more damage than it really should. Got scared. Just want to bomb this one away. Oh, what the? I wasn't expecting her to shoot. Oh, it's because I was too close to her. Never mind. She just does that for spell cards for whatever reason. Oh. Non-spell time. I miss when non-spells for extra bosses were easy, and then I have to fight Hecatia, and it's just terrifying. Play as Yukari or Koishi. I played Immaterial and Missing Power, and I tried to play. I tried playing Sakuya, Reimu, Yomu, and when no one worked for me, I realized that it wasn't the character's fault, but my fault. This one feels like an attack that I can get very good at. I'm just not. You actually playing it right now? Oh, nice. I'm probably gonna try to get good at spin-offs soon. I want to beat this extra stage, and then maybe try hard mode for a bit on like Imperishable Night and Mountain of Faith. And then I want to play like the fighting games and the photo games and stuff. Haven't really played much of those either. I played Shoot the Bullet for a bit. I got close to doing everything in Impossible Scout Bell Card. While just beating each like section or whatever. Not actually doing it without items, because that's something I can't do. I don't like my opponent, Yukari's Gap. I'm finding this extra stage boss, I'm finding Hecatia to be not as bad as I was anticipating. Although I expected her to be the worst thing I've fought so far out of everything I've done. So my expectations were a bit high for difficulty. I mean, still crazy, but I can at least make it somewhere in the fight. That was close. I don't know how to feel about this attack. It's not that hard, but it's scary. That was way too many close calls for my comfort. I almost got hit like 100 times there. Wish I could graze off of these lasers, but they don't go exactly to my position, so I just can't do it. At least I can't. Oh. I'm really good at running into things. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna even try to save that. Come on. I need a good stage. I don't think I got it. Oh no, I did. I'm gonna end up having this stage memorized by the end of this. That's what happened with SA's extra stage. And wouldn't be surprised if this one ended up the same. Oh, that's a big issue. Cause now I don't get the... I don't get the 1-up anymore. Why? Why did he decide that was a good idea? Maybe I should just stay unfocused for these sections. It seems to give me a very reasonable spread. Going for the Grays. Alright, well, I didn't get enough points, but... I think if I play this stage correctly, I can just bomb on the stage twice so I can get to the boss with full lives. Too bad I'd have to play it correctly. I'm going to find a safe spot. Couldn't find it. Season 2-5. Wait, is that what the... Oh, I forgot to update the title. My bad. I typed it in, and then I just forgot to do anything after that. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, last stream I did, I played all the PC 98 games, but I changed the title as I went along through them. And the 5th game was the last one I did, and I just forgot to update when I changed for this one. Oh, I did. I went to go press left very slightly, and I just straight up didn't even press the key. Whoops. No, I quit. I literally I did the exact same thing I did last time. Died in the same exact bullet, I think. panicked for a second there. Started doing something, I don't know, strange as I was dodging. Gosh dang. I hate that I have to capture that for a life. Mostly because I'm bad at it, but... keep forgetting this section comes up. Eventually I'll remember. Hopefully. Come on, I want to get back to the boss just to lose again, but get a bit farther. I'm curious how many attempts this will take me compared to the other ones that I've done. Because sometimes oh my god. You know what, screw it. I'll keep going. It's not the third spell card, so... I've had varying success in extra stages. Sometimes I get lucky or something, and I do it on like my 4th try. And other times it takes me over 40 attempts. The stage itself. Holy crap. This ain't a great way to get into the fight. But maybe I just play really well, you know? I mean, definitely not gonna win. I don't even know what to do for Lunatic Impact, and I know that one's a pain. I just know it's like her hardest spell card, but I've seen it. I have no idea how to do it though. At least her first spell card is stupid easy. Oh! That's one way to do it. I think I'm just gonna bomb Junko's non-spell, because it is terrible. Well, I would bomb it if I could, but if I end up not dying throughout the rest of this spell, never mind. I will bomb it. I'll think about it. I'll do the first wave. Never mind. At least her spell card is super easy with Reimu. She was like ready to headbutt me. Ah! I knew it was coming, but my fingers didn't react in time. If I manage to get a life fragment on this, I'm still in it. Oh, well, I will. Just need to not mess up. Thank you. I ain't about to deal with this. Bombing is the first chance I feel unsafe, which is now. God, her non-spells, man. I'm just gonna keep talking about them because they're just so terrifying. Oh, speeds up. This one isn't bad. I don't like it though. It isn't bad, but lack of spell practice really hurts me on it. I kind of just want to bomb this so I can see what's next. Actually, it's Lunatic Impact, isn't it? Aha! I knew it! Great. Okay, so yeah, this is terrible. Oh! Okay. Holy crap! I wish this game had spell practice. This is what I needed on. What's after this? It's Lunatic Impact. And then it's Junko again. I don't remember what. Oh, no, that is her spell card's honestly probably not hard. I haven't done it, so I don't know, but it doesn't seem bad. I don't remember what her non-spell is. And then it's a survival spell. And then it's final spell. So, I mean, I'm close. But until I get good at a lot of these spells and stuff, I ain't getting anywhere. Non-spells are fine. For the most part. Blue non-spells are terrible. The yellow ones are honestly easy. The pink ones... The first one's fine, but the second one's really tight. Our first non-spell's easy. I mean, spell card. Second spell card isn't a problem, as long as I'm not dumb. Third spell card. Trying to remember what that one is. It wasn't the waves, it was something else. I don't know. Fourth spell card is the fireball wave. Oh no, it's Junko's spell card. That one's easy. I think it is at least. I think I misremembered. I'm forgetting everything. I'll remember when I get there. This fight's a pain sometimes, but I mean, compared to like every other extra stage mid boss, this is honestly one of the easier ones. After having to go through freaking Kogasa and Patchouli and everyone else. Frickin' Yatsuhashi and Ben with their Jirori world. Just the bane of my existence. Like this one, like, she's just hard. She doesn't have like anything that I think of as super dangerous. Like I can consistently do this. I could not consistently do Gorilla Typhoon. Couldn't do Jirori World. Couldn't do anything that had to do with Patchouli. Which was surprisingly fine, since I don't find Flandre to be a hard extra stage boss. So even despite wasting all my bombs on one life, at least, it wasn't that much of a pain. Well, I'm doing good on life pieces. That's a plus. Thought about going for gracing the lasers, but nah, I don't think I wanna. So unless I play really well, I am not getting to the boss without dying. Because I just don't know how to do this stage. Really likes to wall me off. I feel like with Marisa, a lot of this stage would be easier, which is a strange thing to say. I mean, the boss would be terrible, but I really just I just started running into that. I wish I knew how to do that, but I don't. Well, that's depressing. Really lost a life there, of all places. Yeah, so first spell card, easy peasy. Anything, it's just a bit hard to see at times, but whatever. It's just how bright it is. I got my grace. I can bomb you. It's whatever. Whoops. I don't know why I went down of all things. Oh, right. No wonder I forgot about this one. I'm trying to block it out of my memory. I feel like the start of this one is the only problem. Oh, never mind. I feel like once you get going, it's fine. But when it first opens up, it's just a scary thing. This is why I bombed this one. I think I'm just gonna bomb this one every time. I'm gonna do the first wave. I'm gonna bomb it. And I'm gonna be a happy boy. Thank you. Alright, just gotta not die here. Just definitely easier said than done. Oh my god. I don't know if that was bad luck or I'm just coward. But I'm really not liking it. Alright. Got a life again. Oh, I meant to bomb. Part of this is a non-spell, man. That's like legitimately the hardest part of the fight. Wish they'd stop bunching up in the center. I mean, they're always gonna do that, but it'd be real nice if they didn't. I don't want to talk about that one. Well, I'm getting good at this opening part. At least getting a life fragment on it. I mean, if you're just trying to get past it, it's not hard. Oh, wow. I actually had to bomb here. That is depressing. On the plus side, I'm not really getting frustrated at this. At least not yet. Like, Koishi, remember SA's extra stage? That one made me go mad very quickly. UFO too. UFO's extra stage was awful. Just because freaking Reimu B sucks at that stage. I'm tired of thinking she doesn't. Can you get over here, Dorami? Kind of want to hit you. Alright, I'm getting better at that. Just nice. Alright, please don't get trapped here. I'm really good at doing that. Oh, it's getting close there. I'm fine. Oh. I was gonna bomb, but I just didn't for whatever reason. Played too much IN recently. I think I could just wait until I get hit to bomb. When you really shouldn't. Trying to death bomb everything is an awful idea. I mean, intentionally death bombing is not very common. Whew. Yeah, no. I'll pass. Sometimes I can kill them before they shoot, but I have no idea how. Alright, please do not. I was gonna say please don't die there, but I can't always have what I want. Wish Reimu was like slightly better in this game. I mean, she's fine, but you could always play freaking Suneye or Ryzen, and at that point, you just playing a whole different game. They're just much better shot types, in my opinion. At least Reimu's still worth something, unlike some other shot types throughout the games. I was playing Mountain of Faith, and I thought about Reimu C, and it was sad. I have no idea what was going on with that shot type. It was just a wide spread, and that's all it was. But it was like way too wide, so your damage output is absolute garbage. A lot of the shot types I used in the earlier games have homing when you focus, and I'm used to that. And so, but then in 10 Desires, that was taken away, and for Reimu at least. Now it's a very strange thing for me. I had to get used to more focused shots. I'll still rarely play Marisa, though. I just usually don't see a good reason to play her. Especially when I was playing IN yesterday. In Perishable Night, the Marisa team, Marisa Alice, that team is so bad. Like, every other team has something. Reimu and Yukari have survivability. Yuko and Yomu have a very wide range, and you can do a lot of good stuff with Yomu's shot if you're good at using it. I'm not, but but Yuko's fine enough. And then you have Sakia and Romelia. Romelia is really good damage output wise. And if you have it, there's like an attack that makes you move all over the place. You can just place the, I don't even know, I forgot, I don't even know what it is, but it's whatever happens, whatever she places down, it fires. That's really helpful. And then Sakia has range. The Marisa and Alice team, Alice has piercing, which is like the most useless thing in that game, especially for the yokai character, so can't do silly stuff like just destroying spirits super fast, like on Erin's final spell. Like, if she could hit the spirits, that'd be like the one thing she's good for, and it would be fantastic for that one moment. And then Marisa's fine, but you have to, unless you're going solo, But talking specifically about the teams, you have to play as Marisa unfocused, which is an awful experience during bosses. So you're just gonna end up focused all the time. And there is that whole thing where if you mash focus, you do a good amount of damage, but... And I did that when I did my final B 1cc. Well, it's gonna be a 1cc if I do final B. It was the last team I had left to do it for, and I guess it's fine, but it doesn't have that great of DPS, in my opinion. I mean, it's great, but I felt it was inconsistent. And also, it's hard to actually use, because you have to be just standing there, really. Because if you try to move around, you're going to have some very uncomfortable movement. Really, it's just do yourself a favor and either don't play that team or... I don't even know. And every other team just has way more utility. That was the word I was trying to use for the Yomu and Yuko team. Damn it. Yuko just... Yomu just has utility. You know how to use her, at least. Like I said, I don't, but... I know that she can be really good. She also just has a really powerful shot. If you focus the spirit over her. Or layer it on top, and you just fire forwards. She just does a ton of damage. I mean, and luckily, if you just focus and then unfocus, it'll quickly go back to where you want it to be. Or it'll layer over on top of her. Granted, the second you move, it's going to be firing in a different direction unless you're moving backwards. But... yeah. I was playing Mountain of Faith too. And I already mentioned the horrors of Reimu C. Why can't I do this? There was also... I played Reimu B. And that shot type is stupid. Because of just how good it is. Like, you just melt everything. And enemies don't even get a chance. Like, I thought Reimu A was, like, just a really good homing shot type. And I heard people say she was the best in the game. She seems to be the best for the extra stage because of how the enemies come from underneath you. But aside from that, not really. Well, she's still really good. Then you have Marisa C, which is basically just like solo Remelia from IN. And that shot type's really good. And then you have Marisa A, which is not good. And I'm not really and I didn't try B. But I mean, from what I know, it's better than A, but worse than C. There's just a lot of shot types at the games. Like, there's always usually one that's just super good. Maybe a couple more. And then there's just some that are just absolutely garbage. Like in UFO. UFO Sun IB is stupid. I don't know why she's just that good. I almost decided to just do a 1cc with her to unlock her for the extra stage, because I couldn't stand Nue's UFO spell cards with Reimu B. It was awful. Because Red UFO is hard, but it's fine, I guess. Blue UFO I captured once, and I don't even know how I did that. That one's terrible. Green UFO, I don't even know if it'd make that much of a difference. I mean, higher power would be nice, but... eh. I hated Rainbow UFO. But I think even if I did use Sun IB, I'd still hate it. Talking about the PC98 games, there was Story of Eastern Wonderland. You have B and C, which are relatively good shot types. C's just a bit too slow for my liking. And B is, B kind of sucks. B isn't... well, B's actually pretty good. I'd say B's probably the best shot type for stages. I guess A is, but A is doing bosses with Reimu A and Story of an Eastern Wonderland was terrible. I guess if you mash the fire key, then you'll probably be fine. Because for some reason in that game, when you mash the shoot button, you shoot faster. And I really used that during the extra stage when I remembered it. Oh boy, did I not feel guilty at all, because I hated that stage so much. Lotus Land Story. Lotus Land Story, I think it was Marisa A. I don't know why that's such a good shot type. PC98 was the only time Marisa was, like, consistently better than Reimu. Granted, you only really have 2 games where you can say that, but it's probably equal to the amount of times she's better in the freaking Windows games. Like, I did a 1cc and the extra stage clear for Lotus Land Story with Marisa B, and she just does so much damage. It's not even funny. It's absurd. Like, that game was easy enough as it is. The second you use that shot type, it is nothing. I still died a couple of times, mainly because I'd never fought Reimu in Lotus Land Story. And also Yuka's stupid giant laser attack that I never see coming. Alright, finally, no death. I mean, I'm out of bombs, but it's better than getting here with 1 life and 4 fragments. Now I just gotta play well and figure everything else out from there. After Lunatic Impact, I gotta deal with Junko again. And her spell card's weird, from what I remember. It looks more like a non-spell, to be honest. It's basically just, you go under her, you attack or whatever, and then you just run to the edge of the screen to dodge. It's a very close dodge, but that's just how Junko is. I don't even know if it's possible to dodge if you don't, like, go to the ends of the screen. Alright, let's see how well I can do this garbage. Oh, let's go. That is unfortunate. I was waiting for, like, I feel like at some point it would usually just stop firing for like a quick second. But they didn't want to do that for me. That one felt awkward. I was expecting to hate these yellow ones a lot more. But really, these aren't that hard at all. A bit scary, but so is everything in this fight. Why did I go right? Oh, come on. She was literally dead. Almost. No thanks. Please die. I don't like the first time you get to this spell card, because it just kind of, you don't know what to expect. You get cheap shotted hard. Alright, I got my grays. Wish I didn't play the lasered spell card really poorly. Oh, come on. I want to go bomb. Alright, this one's easy, so please don't mess it up. It's this upward climb right here that scares me. That's the only scary part about this spell. Time to bomb. There's no way I'm doing this. I already find the first one. Oh my god. I was really hoping I wasn't gonna die, because I was just gonna bomb it anyways, but nope, I messed up. This one seems like it would be really easy with Sanai. Oh wow, I just tried to bomb. Oh. Oh, that one's so rough. 2 hours already. Wow. Well, I still got energy in me. Hold up, I gotta do something quick. Sometimes I get unlucky with this one. I'm not really sure what the side. Sometimes they just overlap on me. I think it has to do with her movement. Like if she decides to move down. I really wish I had the confidence to graze these lasers, but I don't at all. Like, I could easily get a life fragment from this, but maybe I'll try it. If I, like, get an attempt that just does really bad early on, I'll just press until that part, and then I'll see what I can do. He's bombing early during that section. If it gets tight, it's fine. Alright, so this first one's not hard. The second one is hard, but I can do it. The third one, I just give up. I feel like I'm missing something on how to do this. There's some ancient code. I seem to be getting good at the stage now, which is nice. More times I can actually fight her, the better. Especially since I haven't really made it. Well, I've made it far, but making it to Lunatic Impact is only like the start. Because I still have 3 more spell cards after that. How did I not get hit right there? I think it's better to start from the bottom on this one. I tried to bomb because I realized that I went way too high. She trapped me, but I didn't have any bombs. So I seem to not be good at paying attention to how many I actually have. During the stages I'm fine, but the second I'm doing the boss, anytime I'm scared, I just bomb away. I'm getting good at the... I'm really consistent at the yellow non-spells, which is nice. The more I get consistent, the smoother this is gonna go. Too bad I can't do this one. I literally did this one. First time I did this one, at least as Reimu. I captured it, and here we are now. Really miss spell practice. Such a convenient thing. I don't know why it was in Imperishable Night. And then it was gone until 10 Desires, I think. And then it disappeared for this game. Well, I guess the idea for this game was the fact that you have point device, but you also don't have point device for Hecatia. Or however you say her name. That's just how I say it. I just realized I wasn't shooting during that. I don't think I was, at least. And I don't know why. Guess I'm doing this for longer. Oh. Alright, this time just bomb at some point. Don't get hit. It's that easy. I just got, like, kind of walled. Not quite. It wasn't really a wall, but it was enough of a wall that I didn't like it. I did not feel comfortable dodging. Lasers really start to blend in for me sometimes. Honestly, it might be like half worth timing this one out. I really don't want to do that. Or maybe just attacking from the side, homing. I don't know. Because every single time I go in the center, I get, like, snared. Oh, I went to bomb. I'm just gonna... Oh! It was moving faster than I wanted it to. Oh, wait, I just realized I'm going right back to Lunatic Impact, aren't I? No, I'm not, because I'm dying. Whoops. Well, I mean, I'm messing up on the same things over and over again. It's the stupid laser spell cards. Like, outside of that, I deal with non-spells by bombing. So I have that option, and I'm gonna use that option. I take the bomb privilege. Eventually I'll do this without bombs, and that'll be a real hoot. But I ain't doing that for a while. Because it's the last extra stage I have, and once I do this, I want to go back and 1cc all the games on hard. And then I want to try to do all the extra stages without bombing. And then I want to do Lunatic. Then I want to try to do a perfect run of the extra stages. Or at least no bomb, no miss. If I end up not capturing a spell card or whatever, I don't know what I wouldn't capture, but if I end up not doing it, then whatever. I'm also not going back to Story of Eastern Wonderland extra stage when I do that, because I don't want to. It's not something I particularly enjoy. So I'm just not gonna do it. Maybe one day I will. Not anytime soon though. If I wanted to, I could probably just... Because I do have this stage unlocked with Ryzen. Because that's how I first played when I did Point Device. I mean, after this, if I feel like it. I want to also clear all the extra stage with all the characters. So I was doing 1 CCs, but doing one, it's a given with the other. So, and some of the extra stages are probably going to be easier than I first did them. Like UFO with Sunai B will be way easier than doing it with Reimu B, because I won't have to think during like any UFO spell card. This one will be way easier if I use Ryzen for obvious reasons. Also be easier with Sunai, probably. At least. I mean, I just think Sunai is a better shot in this game. I'll also end up doing Toho 18's extra stage, but, you know, that game, we only have the demo so far. I'm interested in how the extra stage would actually work with that game. With, like, how the shop mechanic would work, because of the fact that, well, it's just one stage, so you don't really get to buy after the shop. So maybe it'd be, like, you get to buy cards after the mid-boss. What else would probably be easier? Probably USD's extra stage. I didn't really like... Homing had a lot of downsides during Flandre at times. Although her 4-of-a-kind spell card, it was actually really useful. Because I didn't have to focus on actually finding her. Whoops. Perfect Cherry Blossom. It'd definitely be easier. Oh my god, I can't. I couldn't get back to center. Because I used Reimu homing. And she's fine in that game. She's not great. But at least the other, like, more powerful shot types would definitely benefit more. Sometimes, at least. I mean, you could always, even counting homing shots, you could just play Sakia A and that would be easier. Sakia B too, probably, but I can't use that shot type well. I only use it as a focused shot, so it does good damage, but the second I'm unfocused, it is just a mess. Just a big old mess for me. Perishable Knight, I already did that with the easiest shot type to do it with. Border team. And I gave it an attempt with the Yomu Yuyuko team. And that one went pretty well. I got to the spell card before her survival, which her survival and her final spell card are super easy. Although I don't remember if she had, if I still hadn't done her final non-spell. I also still might have had another spell card between those, but I don't remember. I don't 100% remember how her fight was structured. Stupid stars, dude. That's how I know. I don't know why I have to do it like that. I have to do something weird. If I try to just go up and down, I tend to get trapped. What about the other extra stages? Sawako? How would she go? Well, I also tried her. I tried it with Marisa. And I got to her first survival. Which all things considered isn't too bad because I don't know how to do half the stuff in that fight. I literally just... I did that fight in 4 tries with Reimu A. Part of that was because Reimu A destroys the stage itself, and the other half of that was because I bombed so much. This Mountain of Faith just lets you do that. Alright, I didn't die 2 times on that one, so it's an improvement. If I knew how to do the stage, though, Marisa C would be really good for it, the boss, just because of her power. So would Reimu. Reimu B would be fantastic. I'd be a lot less scared during her final spell because of just how quickly it would end. Subterranean Animism, I don't even want to think about doing that stage again. I mean, it's better now that I know how to do everything in it, for the most part. I still can't do Genetics of the Subconscious and Rorschach and Danmaku, or however you say that one. Those ones are still, like, those 2 spell cards are still a giant no-go for me. Aside from that, yeah, I already mentioned UFO. And Desires. I don't even know. Reimu's the best shot type. I've probably done it as the best one already. I don't want to do it as Sanai, though. I don't... Low power, widespread shots are not at all my thing. I didn't try Yomu, because Yomu just confuses me. DDC. I did DDCs as Reimu A, which it would probably be a lot easier for me if I knew how to use Reimu A in DDC, but I don't at all. I see people use it and absolutely just annihilate bosses, and I just can't. But as Sakuya A, now that'd be an easy extra boss. I'm just so bad at this. thought I had a bomb. As I usually do. Oh, come on, dude. I went to go bomb and I just didn't do it. I kind of just want to get to Lunatic Impact just to try to understand what I'm doing. I'm just going to use my bombs here. Oh man, this one. I'm scared. Ah, they just eat it up. Gosh dang that one. I need to stop messing up on anything involving lasers. And DDCs would be easier. I mean, it would also be easier with Marisa B, but that's kind of a given. Everything's easy in that game with Marisa B bombs. I really suck at DDC. Mainly just... I first played with Sakia A, not because I knew she was good, but just because I wanted to play as her. And it was only after that I figured out that she actually slows things down. And because I was so used to the more slowed down patterns that you'd get with Sakia A, playing any other character was just infuriating to me because it legitimately felt like I was doing different patterns, much harder ones at that. Ben and Seija, those were massive issues for me as Reimu. I always sucked at Shinyomaru, so that didn't really change much. I mean, the only part I find super difficult about Shinyomaru is their stupid survival spell card. I cannot figure out how to do it without just bombing it away. 15, already mentioned all of that stuff. Didn't start in 4 seasons. I played Reimu, which is the best shot type, to my knowledge. Some people say Chirno's good. Others say she's bad. Some people put a lot of faith in the whole shotgunning thing that spread shots can have. I don't at all. Mostly because I don't have the confidence to do that most of the time. Oh wait, I was gonna see about the lasers, right? I remember mentioning that a while ago. So spread shots to me are just bad most of the time. They're good for stages if the enemies aren't bulky. But aside from that, eh. 17. Wily beasts and weak creatures. I don't even know. I've never really heard people rank the... I think everyone in that game is pretty good. I've never heard anyone think otherwise, really. Never heard someone say, like, one character absolutely sucks. Like, Marisa's always going to be the character a lot of people just aren't that great at using, but... you know, overall... I mean, it's less of a character thing and more of which beast spirit you choose. Because Eagle is dumb. Eagle makes stages slightly easier, but it is mostly worthless during boss fights, except for spell cards and non-spells that you'd want to be unfocused for. But those are just heavily outweighed by how many you just rather want to use focus, and so Wolf is good for that. And Otter is just broken. Is it just how beefy your bombs get? Otter's broken if you're using bombs, at least. And the Oh, oops. Yeah, I don't know about doing this. Yeah, no, I ain't trying that. I didn't even get to 200. Eagle sucks. Wolf is really good. Otter's really good if you use bombs and bee spirits, because if you don't, then Otter does nothing for you. So if you're a no-bomb player, Otter is just bad. It's really bad. But if you're not, it's good. Oh my god. I really just did that. That was sad. I'm just gonna see this one out, see what happens. I have no idea how to do this one. Maybe it's only the third one that has a safe spot because of how fast the bullets are. But I've tried and I don't know where it is. But I know it's there. And then there's 18 shot types. Which in my opinion, is one of the few times Marisa's better than Reimu. I think Sinai's the best. Marisa's pretty good. Doing stages here sucks, but that's nothing new. And Reimu just isn't that great from what I've played. I feel like she does like no damage. And then Saki is just... It's just bad Sakia B from Perfect Cherry Blossom. Which, while Sakia B was good in Perfect Cherry Blossom, making it bad, really just not a great shot type. I mean, it's better than Sakia B from frickin' DDC, but that's a whole nother terrible level of a character. DDC really is just strange with its shot type. Because you have... Everyone has, like, that one shot type. You got Reimu A. You have Marisa B, mainly with her bombs. Otherwise, she's pretty standard. Oh, man. I got distracted. Yeah. You have Reimu A, Marisa B with her bombs, Sakia A, who's just stupid good for survival. Because it just... Everything just becomes easier. Like, if it wasn't for that time slowdown thingy she has, she'd just be kind of good. Well, she also has a crazy damage, so never mind. She'd be not as good, but she'd still be really nice. But then you have Reimu B, which is just a bad version of 10 Desires Reimu. And then she was okay again in this game. I mean, she's pretty good. Definitely way better than what she used to be. Then you have Marisa A, who's just doesn't have range. And that's the main issue. And she also has to fight Ben. And since she's the only one without homing, that fight is a mess. And then Sakia B with her really poor damage. She's good for scoring, and that's it. Come on, get over here. Yeah, this extra stage so far is like... It's definitely really freaking hard. Her spell cards are pretty easy for the most part. I'm bad at the, I think it's the Earth sign. Yeah, the Earth, spell cards. I'm bad at those. The Hell spell cards are really easy. Moon ones are give and take. Sometimes they're fine, sometimes they're not. Actually, maybe it's the... Yeah, I think I have it backwards. I think it's Earth that's fine with their spell cards. But Moon is just a large issue. Never mind, I meant Earth. I don't know why. I find it really hard to see where the lasers are coming from in this one. I feel like I'm being... I don't know. They all, like, overlap at the center, and it's really hard for me to... Oh, I didn't even see that one. 2.5 hours. I'm still gonna go. I might stop eventually, but... Not yet. I mean, that was a pretty bad stage, and yet I did nice on the... Well, I did okay on the boss, all things considered. I really need to learn to just bomb more, but... I have this strange habit. I don't know why I have to call it a habit. I just have this thing where I either struggle to use bombs, or I use them way too much. And I blame subterranean animism for making me hate using bombs. Because not only is Reimu A's bomb just not that great, especially if you... It just clears bullets. Damage-wise, it's garbage. I've seen bombs in Perfect Cherry Blossom do more. I mean, it kills enemies. That's nice. It's good for the stages, but... Like, for bosses, it's just a bullet clearer, and that's it. It just clears the screen. Makes you invincible for a good amount of time, though. That was close. Yeah, and then it was also tied to power. You didn't get the extra, like, safety power that you got in Mountain of Faith. Mountain of Faith bombs were just broken. And so SA really just took them from their highest point to their lowest point. I think one of the Marisa types has a good bomb. I don't know, though, because I've only really played as Reimu A in that game. And because Reimu A was always the homing shot type, I was really confused when I chose it first, and that's not at all what I had. And at first, it made me think that there wasn't a homing shot type, which is wrong. But it's a good thing I stuck with A, because it's just a better... it's just the best shot type, in my opinion. Although I don't... I mean, it's mostly from what I've seen, but it's a really good shot type. At least for SA standards. Because a lot of the shot types in that game blow, I think. I don't know. I've never heard great things about them. Oh, man. I'm really good at cutting it close on this one, aren't I? I'm typically scared to try other shot types aside from Reimu. I'm not really scared, but I'm just... a lot of them I'm not too okay with. I mean, in 18, Sanai's shot is fantastic. I love that shot type. And then... I mean, I'd like to play Sakia A, but quite honestly, the slowdown feature, now that I'm like fully aware of it, at times it almost feels a little cheap because of just how much easier it makes the game. Oh man, I knew it was gonna happen. I'm just so bad at this part. I can't kill them fast enough. Sometimes. Oh yeah, Sanai's bombs too. And I think it's always... yeah, they're the same in UFO too as they were in 18s. And I'm pretty sure they're the same in this game too. Her bombs are just so good. And I don't know why. They do crazy damage. They're not great for scoring, but I'm not a score player, so whatever. Well, they're probably decent for scoring, but there's usually an alternative, I think. Actually, I think UFO score players play Sun IB still. I could be wrong, though. I'm not too up to date. Nah, I don't mean up to date, but like, I don't really know much about scoring. I know some shot types that are good for it, like Sakia B and DDC, but for the most part, I mostly know stuff about survival. Scoring is not my expertise, and it probably never will be. So I have like a whole plan of survival stuff to do. Like at some point, I want to be able to do a LNN, a Lunatic, no miss, no bomb. I want to be able to do that at some point. Definitely happen in the near future, though. That's a while down the road. That's an incredibly hard thing to do that very few people have done for a lot of things. Like, to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure there's only like one or two people who have, in the West, who have been able to do an LNN of this game. mean, it's possible. I can't do it, but it's possible. I tried to beat Lunatic on Perfect Cherry Blossom on Lunatic, and I almost beat it after using all my continues, that is. That was like a few weeks ago, I think. I did get really close, though. I got to, like... I think I got, like, to the final spell card. Like, the survival thing Yuko does. And that's when I died, because what I learned is the fact that the strategy I use for every other difficulty does not work. Alright, finally, I didn't die that time. Oh, I can't bomb this. Hopefully this goes well. I am very bad at Junko. Which is funny because when I did point device and I tried to do a 1cc for this game on normal, which I struggled with a whole lot. Junko was never an issue. Junko was only an issue because I got nervous at the end. The issue is getting to Junko with an okay amount of lives, which because of Clown Piece was really difficult. I basically planned bombs at some points, just because I couldn't do some of those spell cards. Her freaking first and second spell card are RNG nightmares. I managed to do the first one. No, I managed to do the second one sometimes. First one was a lost cause. Trying to do that spell card was terrible. I never captured it out of all my attempts. I can do it in point device. And trying to do it in a run is just not okay. Although I find her second one more intimidating. Like, way more intimidating. Mostly because when I first played, I used a lot of bombs early on for point device. And so I had, like, no bombs for Clown Piece. And that was an issue, because her second spell card took me an ungodly amount of attempts. I just could not do it. I did manage to do it in runs occasionally. Attempts, at least. During attempts, I managed to do it. Although most of the time, I just resigned myself to bombing, because I'd get anything that looked mildly sketchy, and that was it. I'd call it quits. And I'd say, you know, it was a good attempt anyways. I've really made it to this stupid spell card 9 times. I just can't do it. I remember looking at this one, like other people doing it. I'd look at it and I'd just say, I can't wait to do that one. That one looks easy. I cannot do it. If I had Sanai, I'd just be chilling on the outer side, having the snakes hit her. Alright, that was pretty good, though. All things considered. Yeah, 1cc attempts to this game. Me personally, went horribly. I'm also really upset that I died there. Because I could not, for the life of me, get life fragments during stages. There were very few sections where I actually could. Oh my god, I thought I got hit there. Oh man, I didn't even. Oh, I didn't. I saw it, but I didn't think I was gonna hit it. Overall, I was stuck in like a level 1 and 2 trap for the longest time in my life because I'd always use all my life fragments essentially came from bosses, particularly the early ones. And so I'd mostly time out Saron's and Ringo's non-spells and spells to the best I could. Ringo, I just gave up on. I didn't try. I rarely try to time out her second one because at times she'd move in a way that just really made me not like her second non-spell. Her third one. Well, typically if I got to a third one, I managed to get past the second non-spell and probably get a life fragment from it. So I didn't even want to bother trying the third one. Dormy, I didn't bother timing out anything Dormy has because I'm really not good at a lot of this game's non-spells, spells, everything. Although luckily, like every single one of Dormy's spell cards are super easy to get a life fragment on. Like you have the one with lasers, which I always bomb because I'm really bad at it. It's lasers that bounce. I can't stand that. So you have to deal with that. But because they circle around you, you just wait for them to spawn. You move a little to the left or right or any direction, and you can graze off the lasers and build up stupid amounts of graze insanely fast. And then all her other ones, as long as you don't like die or bomb, it's still easy to get life fragments on them. Her non-spells were a different story because you essentially have to time them out, and I didn't want to do that, so I didn't. And then stage 4, I could get a life fragment and maybe or 2 throughout the entire thing, including Sagume, because Sagume is a scary boss for me. I don't know why. I get walled off so often because I just don't know how to do it. And despite having gone into the practice mode, well, the practice stage feature, I mean, all of her non-spells were just too much for me. Her spell cards aren't that much better because I find them to be inconsistent. Like the one, it's like Shotgun Wedding of the Gods or whatever, where sometimes she dies super fast with Reimu, and other times she doesn't, and it lasts way too long. And the longer it lasts, I'm way more prone to just mess up because of how spastic that one can be. Because with like Marisar, not Signet, with like Marisar Ryzen, it's so much easier because you have a more powerful shot, or you have piercing, or both, I think. Yeah, unfocused Mari says both. And so it doesn't take long. Both Reimu and probably Sanai. It's just, sometimes it just lasts way longer than you want it to. And then Clown Piece, that one's obvious. Everything Clown Piece has is just terrible. Her non-spells are all really difficult. Her first 2 spell cards are absolutely absurd. And I find it annoying that on higher difficulties, it was made consistent. Because then people can argue that the first and second spell cards are harder on normal than they are on harder Lunatic. And the thing is, that has some merit to it because of that randomness factor. Because of just how stupidly random it is, you can always make the argument that it's harder, or at least it can be. If you're lucky, sometimes the second spell card only requires you to go in a straight line every time. If you're lucky on the first one, which doesn't happen, then you're also fine. I remember watching a comparison video. It was just like, it was Clown Piece side by side with Lunatic and normal. And it was a Lunatic player saying this, and they do agree that the first and second spell cards can definitely be very hard on normal. Possibly even harder. Everything else, no. I've seen the non-spells on Lunatic, and I don't I don't even want to think about them. Like, I struggled enough with those on normal. Mostly because of the lasers. I'd always try to guess where Clown Piece was based on peripheral vision and where the stars were coming from. And I'd typically be just slightly off. And so I'd have the lasers just spawn on top of me. Which happened in the second one too. But because I always stay at the bottom, I found the second one to be easier at times. Or it was at least kinder to me. And then there's the third one, or third non-spell, which I feel like its difficulty relies a bit on luck because of how she moves. Like, if she moves the way you want her to, then great. If she doesn't, then you're stuck there for a long time as she just doesn't take damage because you're sitting there focused. I got trapped there. And then there's Gray's Inferno, which I always bombed on, not because it was hard, but because I didn't want to learn it. Like, I'm bad at that one, and I didn't feel like trying to figure out how to do it. I'd just graze enough for a life fragment, I'd bomb, and I'd move on with my day. Then there's her final spell card, which when you're doing it in point device... Oh, damn it. When you're doing her final spell card, the Apollo one, in point device, it is a monster of a spell card for a while. But at some point you figure out a route, and it becomes like the easiest thing she has. And every time I messed that up in a run, I'd be really disappointed. I got scared. Because it was one that I knew there is no RNG to that survival spell card. It is the most static attack she has. And I knew how to do it. But sometimes I do the same thing I do with... Oh man. I do the same thing I do with like imperishable shooting, where I think I have less time to dodge through than I actually do. Also, I'm playing really bad on this one. I mean, that's a usual, but given. Yeah. Like with imperishable shooting, I think I have less time than I actually do. And that would cause me... That'd cause me a lot of problems, because I just rush in. I mean, luckily imperishable shooting is just bonus. So, I just did it in spell practice. And that one, too, is also completely static. If you know how to... I think it is, at least. The very end might not be. But the very end also isn't hard at all. So it's whatever. Like, imperishable shooting, when I first saw it, was very overwhelming. And it made me very iffy on doing the extra stage perfectly at some point in the future. But It's something you can get down consistently very quickly. The only thing is, if you're nervous at the end of an attempt, it can be hard. God, every single last one of her freaking non-spells, they last 800 years. I don't want to. I don't want to dodge this anymore. What else? I guess I just kind of want to talk about the extra stages now, because I'm already doing one. I guess I'll start with the second game, like Evil Eye Sigma. Ugh. I hated that. I already said that earlier, but yeah. Because the stage itself, it's a very big power struggle. Like, trying to get to full power in that stage without taking advantage of double shot, or whatever it's called, when you just mash fire and you shoot faster. Without taking advantage of that, getting the max power in that stage is awful. What am I doing? And then the boss itself is just an RNG mess for the most part. Like the first phase. Because you can't focus. Like normally it would just be... The first phase wouldn't be an issue if you could like focus or see your hitbox or anything like that. But you can't. So the second there's a tight gap, it becomes a lot scarier. Oh, come on. Every time. It's nice. Earlier I said I was getting consistent at these, but I can't do this one for whatever reason. I just get nervous, I guess, or I get distracted because I think it's easy. And then I die. And then I have to do Lunatic Impact. Oh, my game buffered for a second there. It'd be nice to get like a 1-up going into this one, you know? Now I'm gonna probably die at 4 freaking life fragments. Oh, things are not looking well for me right now. Wow. This sucks. Oh my god. Why doesn't this game have spell card practice? I'd be in there for hours trying to figure out how to do this one. Oh man. Once more with feeling. Yeah, second game's extra stage of blows. Continuing on that. You know, the boss sucks. The stage... semi-consistent. It's not that much RNG until you get to the green blob section. In which case it is 100% RNG whether you live or die or have to bomb or whatever. Even with the like max power, like the best shot for that scenario, which I don't even know, using double shot at max power. You just gotta hope. Because where they spawn is random. How they shoot is semi-random. How they move is incredibly random. And at times they can just walk right down to you. And if they're... sometimes they'll, like, get underneath you, but they won't leave through the bottom of the screen. And unless you have full power with, C-type... B-type, I mean. B-type. You can't hit them. Actually, I don't even know if you'd be able to hit them with the homing. Yeah, that sucks. And then boss, as I mentioned, phase 1 is very much RNG mess. Oh crud, I didn't get the life piece. Phase 2 wouldn't be hard if it didn't have massive visibility issues. Because there's like a ring of explosions around you that keeps going around you. And it's a white explosion as she shoots randomly spawning, well, not completely random. It's like a ring around them, but the position of the bullets in the ring changes. But the gap between them all is the same, so it's like it rotates. But it doesn't have like a set rotation. It doesn't aim at you. So a lot of the time, so you have to deal with that. And on its own, that's not hard. But the issue is the fact that the ring of explosions around you is white. And the bullets they shoot out are like the white snowballs. And so actually seeing anything, seeing the bullets when they're like right in front of you, well, you can see them when they're directly in front of you and about to hit you in the face. But when they're like a safe distance away, which the worst part is, it's like when they're at the distance you'd want to react to them the most, they like vanish from sight. And so that's a pain. And then the second part, I think, is mostly RNG. It's not bad. Would be super easy with focus. The third part has a lot of bouncing bullets, which I am absolutely terrible with. And so I mess up a lot on that one. And so for the most part, I just bomb. Try to get through it as fast as I can. Fourth phase is easy. Fourth phase is consistent. The funny thing about the fight is the fact that the fourth and the fifth phase are fine. If anything, I find them kind of fun. But you have to go through so much garbage to get to them. And you're probably so close to the end of the fight, and may or may not be like me and are panicking because you just want to stop playing the stupid stage. And so you struggle with it. The second to last phase, it's not hard, but the very first part of it, if you don't know it's coming, will kill you, which seems to be a theme with Story of Eastern Wonderland. Like the third boss, where it'll corner you with lasers into the center, and then with no warning, it'll fire a laser in the center and start to shoot them outwards. Like, at least Yuka's giant laser and Lotus Lance story gave you some kind of warning. It wasn't a great one, though, because I never see it coming. I don't think it's gonna be that big, but at least it tells you the laser's showing up. Lotus Land Story's extra stage, honestly, really easy. It's probably one of the easier extra stages, in my opinion. I didn't struggle with it that much. And it was kind of fun. It sounds like a two-part boss fight. And the first one isn't bad. The first one's not hard at all, really. Especially once you know what to do with it. The first phase lasts... Damn it. First phase lasts a while. That's like half of the boss. And the first phase is the hardest one because of how it can It can kind of trap you. I don't know why. I stopped firing. I meant to stop focusing. Nope. Didn't even get the fragment. And then you have the second one, which for the most part isn't bad. But there's a part of it where she shoots like a wave of bullets at you. I guess you could call it that. I don't know. She shoots at you, and then she fires a bunch of lasers from above. God. She fires a bunch of lasers from above, and one directly in front of her. And also some white bullets that I never really pay attention to, because they don't hit you very often. They hit me once, but that was the successful attempt. After I'd also missed a life in that stage. Like the mini boss or whatever dropped a 1-up. And because there's no point of collection, and I was above it, I went to go chase down after it, but the items fall so fast that I just couldn't get it. And that one's a pain because of just the quick dodging you need to do when she shoots the wave of bullets, because it's a very quick left and right movement. And it's not actually that hard, because when I did it, I managed to do it like 100 times over. But it's also just still very tight, especially if you have high rank, because those games have rank. So if you do good, then the game gets harder, which is very problematic. Especially if you try to time them out, because apparently you can do that, and then it just gets harder. But I don't, unless you're purposefully trying to time them out, it's not gonna happen. And also, when you do time them out, they get like the hardest attacks in the series. Not in a good way though. It's like an impossible spell card on steroids, especially at max rank. Mainly the last one. Oh. Come on. Gotta get good. Overall, that one is pretty easy. The nice thing about the PC98 extra stage boss fights, though, as well. Not as well, just... what am I doing? One thing that's nice is the fact that all the other extra bosses in the Windows games are like 8 minutes long. So the extra stage as a whole will take you 12 minutes. Sometimes it takes you 15. Sometimes it takes you 16. It varies from stage to stage. And so the bosses are generally shorter. And you have Mystic Square's extra stage, which I tried to do as Reimu, and I failed horribly. Because not even... Alice herself isn't that hard. That was an extra stage boss. She has a couple of things. Like, she has this one attack that's very similar to one of Sanai's spell cards in Mountain of Faith, where she has, like, the waves or whatever on the sides of the screen as she fires at you. It's similar to that, but worse. That one's kind of hard. And then she also had this purple one where she fired a bunch of lasers and then like mini like lines or whatever. That one was a bit tough. I typically bomb on that one. I mean, I couldn't skip it. Evil Eye Sigma let you just bomb spam and actually damage, which thank God for that. But every extra stage boss after that doesn't. So that was a problem. So yeah, there's those two. But the rest of her attacks aren't hard. And you have her final attack, which the game lagged tremendously during that for me. Although, even if it didn't lag, I don't see it being very hard. It was fine anyways. And then you have EOSD, which I heard. I have like a tab open so I can like see. It's like a rate the difficulties thread. People, or like a group of people rated what they find to be the hardest games, easiest games, whatnot on each difficulty and the extra stage. And EOSD consistently was like near the top. And I find that funny because honestly, I don't see it being that hard. Honestly, I struggled more with Patchouli because of just how random that was. And I also just couldn't do Royal Flare. Which apparently, if you know how to do it, it's very consistent. Actually, apparently it's completely static. So if you know how to do it, you're quickly consistent at it. I didn't. I just resorted to bombing it every time. A lot of the reason people say the stage was hard was mainly because of the fact that you only get 2 extra lives. You don't get lives through points in the extra stage. That's like turned off or whatever. You get 1 from Patchouli, and then you get 1 at the last fairy of the stage. So you only have 4 extra lives. Which at first sounded bad to me. But honestly, considering some of the other extra bosses I did, I had very similar numbers for those as well. Like, 10 Desires. I generally only got, like, not many more lives on that one. I maybe got 3 extra lives, but that was it. And then you have Koishi, which I also usually only got 2 to 3 extra lives, because you have to be good at not dying, which for the longest time, I couldn't do. But I'll talk about that in a bit. Flandre, Maze of Love sucks. I don't know how you'd capture that not at the bottom, to be honest. I managed to, because at the bottom, lack of a visible hitbox makes it hard to do at the bottom, especially. Like, it's still, even with one it would be hard, but with that one it's still pretty difficult. But I've tried to do it with going around, and I just couldn't do it. I tried to figure it out, but every time I did, I just get shot at when I tried to go through a gap. Her survival's a bit tricky. And I've heard bad things about Ripple of 495 Years. But I didn't struggle with it all that much. Because the thing is, by the time it starts getting bad, like really bad, she's already almost dead. So, generally, wasn't a big issue. Even while using a homing shot, so my damage was less than what it would. My damage was probably, I think, the worst out of any other shot type. I still managed to kill it relatively fast. Because the spell card only gets hard at the end. Until then, it is laughably easy. And that's saying something from the guy who absolutely hates bouncing bullets. Oh man, I got close. And there's that. Her non-spells, though, are hilarious. Because they're just... Whoops. They're all so easy. It's like... Ron herself, in Perfect Cherry Blossom, she had some easy non-spells. And the thing is... Flandres are just... They feel like easier versions of that. I do like a lot of her spell cards. Despite the fact that I think she's honestly on the easier end of the difficulty. I do think it was a really fun fight. Probably because I finished it so early. Ron... I'm trying to remember how hard Ron was. Ron's weird because... On her own, nothing's weird about it. But after you fight Yukari... Despite the fact that Yukari is supposed to be a harder version... For the most part... Well, that's the thing. It's for the most part. Because there are some attacks of hers that I just find easier to dodge. Like, oh, man. Like, there's one where she has all these streams of bullets, and you have to sort of go along a path that they create. Oh, man. I tried to bomb. Why am I bombing now? So you have to follow, like, the path she makes while dodging large bullets. The really large orbs that have very nice hitboxes with how small they are in comparison to their actual visual size. I find Ron's version of that harder. Because for some reason, I could do Yukari's way more consistently. I don't even think I ever did Ron's. There's the survival and the second to last spell card for Yukari, which are just... I don't even know if they're harder versions of what Ron had. I didn't really feel a noticeable difference, aside from I was better, so they were easier. But I don't think there's actually any real difference. There might be. I don't know. I don't know much to say about Ron, because a lot of it's... I could say similar things about Yukari. So then you have Yukari, and all I really have to say about her is her final spell card. Her freaking second survival, because why wouldn't she have one? She was the first of several to have one. There's only like 3, I think. Hers was kind of annoying because of the fact that it's cool, but it's very memorization heavy. You have to know how to escape. You gotta know what you're doing, because aside from that, it's consistent. But if you don't know, then you're like me, who just bombed most of it. I mean, I generally knew what to do, and I still struggled a lot with it. I bombed once, and I could have bombed twice just to win, because I was at the last... it was just the last section, but I wanted to see if I could do it. Aw, man. Which was, quite honestly, well, it wasn't really a mistake, but I ended up dying for it. So I took an extra death I really didn't need to, which I do sometimes. I tend to do it in 1cc's, where I know I won. And so I just kind of, like, give up, I guess you could say. I just bomb spam and whatnot. I'm getting better at that one. Yeah, Yukari. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. It was just the final part. Aside from that, the stage, it's just a harder run for the most part. Some parts of it's easier, but overall it was harder. But because you already fought Ron, it's arguably easier because you already know what to do. I mean, overall it's a harder fight, but on your first clear, it will be an easier experience probably. Then there was Moko, who's pretty easy, but that's nothing most people haven't heard. I mean, she's still hard. All the extra bosses are still hard, but comparatively, she's not bad at all. I mean, her final non-spells are notorious for being absurd. But aside from that, I'm bad at some things, like Great Woo. Although I recently went to try the extra stage again, and I had a lot less. And I actually managed to capture it first try. So, not a big issue. There's Fujiyama Volcano, which sucks. That one you just have to know what to do. In my opinion. And even then, it can still be really tricky. There's also Phoenix Tail, I think it was called, where she just rains fire on you. That one's stupid. At times. I think it's probably very RNG heavy. And it's very quick to wall you at times. It doesn't wall you to the point where it's just like, oh, well, I guess I lose. But you'll have to react very quickly. I've also just found it to be very sporadic. The one where she shoots the phoenixes at you, for a while I was really bad at that one. But I went through a bunch of spell card practice and it's not really that bad. Especially once you know what to do on that one. That one's really easy. Moko's Survival is one of the easier survival spell cards of the extra bosses. Like, even when you don't know what to do. Aside from the second part where it shoots at you, it's pretty... You can still manage to get by it. And even then, you can always just bomb if you have those left over. And then her final, which I managed to do, because I had my control... I have like a SNES controller with a USB port, because I liked playing Mario ROM hacks for a bit. I still do, I just haven't done it in forever. And I had that hooked up because a friend showed me this Bomberman fan game or whatever. And so I just hooked that up and set it up for that. And because it was still plugged in when I went to go play Imperishable Night, I decided to do a run with the SNES controller. And I actually got a 1cc with it. And I'm just... It hurt my right hand a lot. It really dug in there. And then at some point I went to spell card practice. And I tried Moko's Final with a controller. You know, one that I've never played the game before, aside from a 1cc attempt. And I managed to do it second try. And the first try only lost at the very end. Like, she had like no health, but I still lost. I was very close to just doing that without bombing, but I don't know. I decided it just wasn't worth it entirely. And yeah, Moko's Final is super easy. It's basically just going in a circle with a few extra steps. Then there's her like fake final imperishable shooting, which, as I said before, it's intimidating at first, but it's really consistent once you know how to do it. I actually managed to get imperishable shooting on my first clear of Moko. I can't do Kane. Her as a mid boss is terrible for me. I can do her second card, but her first and third, I can't do it. Yeah. So I usually bomb during her. But then for Moko, I managed to capture exactly enough spells for it. One of those being the final. So right at the end, I managed to get enough to unlock it. Why was that only 50? Was, like, Junko secretly there? Maybe she wasn't secret, and I actually think I saw her for a second chilling on the right side. Eventually I'll do it. I want to do an Imperishable Knight extra stage attempt where I capture imperishable shooting at the end. This one is just, that card, you just want to have faith in yourself. You just want to believe that you streamed correctly. And if you did, well then congrats. If you didn't, you're kind of screwed though. Because there's always a chance that they just kind of catch you off guard because they fired at you while you were moving up or down at a fast speed. Oh, I don't have any bombs for this one, so I can't just hope. Actually, I have to just hope. This one is probably... This one seems to be very, like, inconsistently consistent. Because the way she shoots the stars and how the lasers move, it's all consistent. It's just about how she moves. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, finally. And I can't bomb this one. It meant nothing. Unless I do this too. You know, I could dream. Alright, so now I get downtime to talk again. Moving on. Well, technically the 9th game's next, but who cares about the 9th game's extra stage? I sure don't. I haven't done it. I tried it, because it was like the first extra stage I unlocked without having to go into easy mode. Because I unlocked Ron through a 1cc on easy. And man, could I not do it. And so, next would be Sawako. Sawako's also easy. That's pretty... A lot of people know that. Same with Moko. That's a pretty standard opinion. I've heard really bad things about Great Suwa War. Like, I've heard people calling that, like, Like, she doesn't have any hard spells except that one. But I don't remember really having any trouble with it. Like, I had more issue with I forgot what it was called. But it's the one where she, like, creates, like, a spiral around herself, and then the bullets, like, I don't know, blow up. I had issue with that one when I first did it. Although, now that I know how to do it, I definitely wouldn't call it harder than Sewer War. Oh god. The nerves just got to me. Like, in my mind, I just realized this is a... This is a really good run. Oh, why do they pick up speed like that? I just noticed them just suddenly racing at me. That's unfortunate. Oh, man. Please don't mess this one up. Oh, my God. Screw it. Get out of my face. Oh, I tried to... I really just lost it all. I feel like this one isn't hard. Well, it's not that bad. Then she pulls out the 3 moons, and they're all clanging around at different times. Wait, why did I just... What was the worst option of my life? The moons absorb projectiles too, or my bullets. Oh man. Just get me out of here, dude! I'm gonna time it out! Oh my god. That was terrible! Alright, what does she got? Oh no. What was that? I got so far. I was doing so good. I died twice to like one of her easiest non-spells. And then Lunatic Impact showed up and I had to time it out. Oh. And then I had to deal with Junko with no bombs or lives. Oh, man. I want one more attempt that makes it to the boss. And I'm gonna stop for today. 3.5 hours is... it's a good enough amount of time. So, despite the fact that this is definitely taking me the longest out of, like, any extra stage, honestly, I'm not even mad. Like, I actually really like this stage so far. Anyways, as I was talking about extra stages before getting far, getting nervous, and dying. Yeah, Suwako's not hard. A lot of her spell cards are really easy. Non-spells, I mean. They're not... Her spell cards, too. Froggy Braves the Rain, or whatever it is. That one's kind of like Starbow Break that Flandre has. Which they're both RNG garbage. But I find Starbow Break to be more of a pain. Yeah, she's not bad. And then Koishi. Oh boy, Koishi. That one was miserable to do. I don't mind subterranean animism's life system, except in the extra stage. Because normally you have so many bosses, mid-bosses and whatnot. You have so much you can build lives off of. You can get a really nice amount of lives coming out of like stage 3. But during the extra stage, getting a life before Koishi isn't possible. She does give you the most lives out of any boss. It comes with a drawback, because she doesn't just straight up give you lives, and she doesn't give it to you every time. She won't give you... You have to not get hit. And you can get up to 5 extra lives throughout the whole stage, which is big for an extra stage. Because some only give you 2. Well, no, wait. How many? You can get a total of 5 extra lives. Maybe 6. I think you can get a total of 6. Which is big for an extra stage. For the most part, I think. Whatever. You get a good amount of lives. But only if you don't get hit. And the thing is, someone put it well. I really liked how they put it. When you die, you essentially die twice. Because the amount of attacks in the extra stage, combining the mid-boss and the actual boss, you get an exact amount for lives. I don't know what I'm doing. You get an exact amount for lives. And so if you die once, you also... Well, unless you die during the normal stage. But if you die during any boss attack... Why am I not fine? Die during any boss attack, suddenly you lose out on a full life while also losing one. So you essentially lose 2 lives. And that's a really annoying thing. Because the only attack you're allowed to die on is Subterranean Rose. But at that point, if you no-hit, or not really no-hit, well yeah, technically no-hit. If you no-hit every other part of the boss before that, you have max lives on Subterranean Rose, and then the game's just like, well, you're allowed to die here. It's like, yeah, but it's Subterranean Rose. Subterranean Rose isn't that bad. It's decently challenging. But if you have every life possible in that extra stage, then it doesn't matter about not doing Subterranean Rose. Like, that is the least of your concerns throughout the whole thing. Because you also have to do the survival. You have to do Philosophy of a Hated Person without getting hit. You have to do Genetics of the Subconscious, or Unconscious, or whatever it is, without getting hit. You have to do Rorschach and Donmach. You have to do all of her non-spells, which, for the most part, isn't that bad, but sometimes they like to create walls. You have to do all of that without getting hit. And you have Subterranean Rose. And at that point, if you lose at that point, I don't know what to say. Koishi's a pain. Her first spell card's really dumb. Because when you first see it... Oh my god, I'm messing up so much. When you first see it, it's absolutely oppressive. And even when you know how to do it, sometimes it just doesn't want to work in your favor. I mean, it's consistent. I'm just bad at it because I can't stream in the exact perfect way I want to every single time. But the first time I saw that, I thought the lasers aimed at you. And because you can't use spell card practice because it's not a thing. Your option is to constantly play the stage over again to figure it out. And at that point, I just watched someone else do the stage and looked at what they did. And then I understood the card perfectly fine. Still a pain. Danmaku Paranoia also exists. Not hard. It is scary, but that is the point. And sometimes I just get really unlucky and things overlap. That's never fun. Overall, Koishi was the second hardest so far. I mean, so far this one's proven to be the hardest with how much time it's taking me and whatnot. I'm really just not getting to the center, am I? Niue? I said a lot about how I did not like that stage at all. I need a drink of water. I mentioned how I did not like doing that stage at all when I was playing as Reimu B. Because homing just doesn't... It doesn't. It just doesn't. Because the UFO spell cards are so abysmal. Rarely. There's so many... There's a section... There's several sections, I think, where there's like multiple enemies you want to deal with, but you want to focus on one in particular, and the homing shots decide not to go where you want them to. Like, there's a part where there's a fairy shooting down on you, and then you have like the orbs or whatever on the sides of the area shooting. They're just shooting in locations. And you'd want homing to go for the main one up top. At least I do. But it doesn't want to ever. And that is a really big annoyance. That was a big issue with Flandre in her first one. Her first spell card, Cranberry Trap. Homing is awful for that spell card because it attacks the things on the wall that shoot at you. But I don't even know if they can be destroyed, but all the homing shots go there. So you can't do good damage to Flandre. It means the card lasts way longer than you want it to. Yeah, homing sucks for that one. Kogas is also a killer mid-boss. Because, her first spell card's not that bad. First spell card's fine-ish. But sometimes I mess it up. Sometimes things overlap when I don't want them to. The second, Gorilla Typhoon, her second cards, that one's notorious. I don't have that much trouble with it. But I still hate it. It's Mount Ue on, like, steroids. And I really don't like Mount Ue. Freaking, one of, what's her name? SA Stage 3 boss. It's, my brain is, like, mush right now. I can't think of her name. But yeah, that one's annoying. Her third spell card, I had a lot of issues with it at first. A lot of issues. I was just awful at it. But over time I got better at it. Over time, it wasn't an issue. But at first, I hated it. And then you have Nue herself. Her non-spells, I'm really good at getting clipped by like all of her non-spells. Mainly her earlier ones. Her later ones aren't an issue. I already mentioned stuff about the UFO ones, and now I hate them with Reimu B. Oh man, I was doing so good, and I thought about how I was moving, and then I just messed it up. I tried to bomb. Well, this is gonna be a last attempt. I'm really gonna get clipped by earlier ones. Nue's survival looks way more complicated than it is because of how the bullets move. Like, it's really not bad because you basically just move in, like, I don't even know how to describe it, but like right down right or left down left or whatever. You move in that general shape for almost all of it. And then last part is basically just moving in a circle or whatever. Last part's easy. And then her finals, It's not that bad. I did it. I didn't capture it the first time I did it. But I did do the last part of it flawlessly, which is generally the hardest part. Then there was Mamizo. I find Nue to be a really annoying mid-boss for Intent Desires. Well, it's her only mid-boss cameo, but I found her way too random for my liking. Although, luckily, like, the first one, I'm not great at her first attack, first spell card. It's very basic, but I still can't do it well. Yeah, just gonna bomb there. I mean, Nue was the hardest part about... Well, I wouldn't say the hardest, but Nue was the most annoying part. I really like Mamizo as a fight. I've seen very split feelings on her non-spells about how easy they are. Whoops. I personally don't find them that easy. I mean, her earlier ones are. But they're very good at, like, pinning you against the side of the screen and just killing you there. And then a lot of her... Whoops. I really didn't need to bomb there. Any of her attacks involving those... Well, her first spell card's not bad. But any of her attacks involving the people that shoot at you, I'm bad at those. Frogs are not an issue. Dogs aren't an issue. The birds are dumb, but they aren't that much of a problem. Oh, I didn't even get a life piece on that. Please die. Like, Tanuki's Monster School, I think it is, which has, like, the rows of the people coming down. I cannot do that one for the life of me. Then you have the one where she, like, transforms into Reimu. That one sucks a lot. That's like her hardest attack. It's very cluttered. It's very hard to do good damage. I almost ended up timing it out when I beat the stage. Her survival's neat. It's not that bad. It gets kind of iffy near the end, but it's not really too much of a problem. Oh wow, that actually did just, like, kind of wall me there. Yeah, survival. Her final, I've only done her final once. And that was when I beat her. And so, I didn't understand how to do it. And so I was really bad at it. And I spammed bombs a lot. So I don't know how to do it. I've heard it's one of the easiest ones. One of the easiest final spells for an extra boss. But I don't know how to do it. Oh great, I don't have any bombs for this. I do find Mommy's It'll be pretty fun to boss. Yeah, I found it to be... It's one of my more favorite extra bosses. The stage itself, I'm very iffy about. But I found the boss to be really fun. Even if I don't know how to do parts of it. Yeah, Mommy's out. She's not too hard, which is nice. I beat her relatively quickly compared to the others, but she was also one of the last extra bosses I did. After that is Raiko. I also really liked Raiko, but I can see why people wouldn't like her because of how much RNG is in the fight. Like, it is absurd. And then you also have the mini-boss with Ben and Yatsuhashi. And Jirori World, their final spell card, is... Oh, I hate that one. I cannot do this non-spell then for some reason. Oh, I got distracted. I'll give this one more time. I'm still talking, so I still got time to just say what I want. I want to finish talking about all the extra stages before I wrap up. Yeah, Raiko has a lot of RNG, but I still really liked the fight. And I think she probably has my favorite extra boss theme as well. You also have stuff like double sticking, which is, ooh, that is quite a spell card. That is pure RNG, for the most part, at least. Her survival's fine until the last part of it where she starts directly shooting at you. And I don't know what to do there. So I usually just bombed. Her final, I really like purely because of... Oh, wow. Purely because of how it plays along to the beat. And it's not a hard final either. Gets a bit tricky near the end, but it's not that bad. I found the stage of Raiko, though, to be really infuriating because of just how difficult it was for me to get to Raiko. Because I remember, if I looked at my spell card captures, for the first spell card of the mid-boss, I had, like, it had 32 attempts on it. And with Raikou first, it had like 16. So like half of the attempts that actually got to the mid boss didn't even make it to Raikou, which was annoying for me. But I still really liked the fight. Den Den Daiko is one I always remember just because of the name, because it's just intimidating. And then there's the 15th game, which, yeah, I don't think I have much to say about that one right now. I think I've said plenty. 16th game, Okina. Okina's really easy. I think because if you take advantage of the release, it is super easy to do Okina. Especially because I played as Reimu too. So I could just destroy parts of that. The mid boss is not an issue, really. I found the mid boss harder when they were stage 5 bosses. I mean, it's mainly if you use releases and stuff, because the release does damage, which honestly, I didn't even realize until... Damn it. I didn't even realize until I, just happened to try it. As I was, like, trying to cancel bullets underneath me while I was above the boss, and it just decimated her. The mid-boss was an issue. Okina isn't an issue. She really likes to headbutt you, though. I had several deaths happen just because I ran into her or she ran into me. You have that one spell card, something Dupion or whatever, where you have to, or she like just summons like essentially a wall that just moves around some sort of formation. I guess a Dupion. And what I try to do, because I'd try to get lives, is I'd stay directly underneath her, and I'd use releases to just get the point value to skyrocket. But frequently, I'd also then try to dodge the other bullets she spawns. And if I moved even like a pixel upwards, I'd just run right into her. There's like one spell card she has that was like actually an issue. It was I don't know, it was festival something, I think. Something about a festival. She like chills out at the bottom. Oh man. I'm just gonna keep going. She like stays at the bottom, she like slides across it, and she spawns like several things down there. And I never went for like a quick kill strat or anything like that. And so that one proved to be rather difficult. But everything else was easy. Her survival is super easy. Even if you don't take advantage of the fact that if you use a release or a bomb, you can damage her. Like, that's the funny thing. You can do that with Okina and Saki in 17. But the thing is, you don't even have to, because it's like the easiest survival spell cards. Especially Okina's. Okina's was super easy. And that's not even without taking advantage of releases or bombs or damaging her, any of that. It's super easy. I know it's even easier if you use the release on the laser she has. You can just not have to really move around. And I think that's just a power play. I never did that though, because I didn't want to give her a hitbox. So I did it. The first time I just did a release. I think I died soon after. The second time I did it just flawlessly. That one wasn't bad. Her final spell, I don't know what to think of it. She moves all over the place and stuff. And I found it super hard to actually deal good damage on her. Like, I just couldn't do it. It was such a struggle. Which is funny, because I had the freaking homing shot. I mean, it wasn't hard to dodge. But it was hard to just not go mad with being unable to damage her. And because it was only my first time doing it, there's probably, if I tried to do it again, I'd probably find a much better way. But until then, I don't got anything. And then Saki. Saki's strange. I wouldn't call her easy, strictly speaking, but I wouldn't call her hard either. At least compared to other extra bosses. I wouldn't call her easy, I wouldn't call her hard. I didn't use the Otter Spirit. If you use that, then yeah, probably super easy. But I used Wolf Spirit. Which, I mean, it's better than Eagle, but still not that much of a... It's not Otter Spirit. So you didn't get to essentially ignore non-spells and stuff by just getting 3 of it. And I got a lot of damage, but not much else. She has a... What is it called? It's like high horsepower. I'm trying to remember what it is. She has a lot of attacks that very quickly shoot at you. And I have issues with them because of how easily they trap you. But most of it's not... I mean, her fight overall, I remember when I did it, because the game has achievements, and one of them is to do the extra stage without getting hit. I saw that, and I thought that I'd be able to do it. Because the first time I did the stage, I very quickly got to her final spell, but I lost. And then the next, but I was tired, because it was like 10, 11 p.m. or something. Actually, I think it was like midnight. I go to do the, I go to do her again to beat her, and it did not go nearly as well as I was hoping. I struggled to get to her final spell again. On the plus side, though, the stage itself is very... I mean, a plus and minus. The stage itself is very unmemorable because of how it's not that hard. I do like the boss and her theme. But difficulty-wise, for the stage and Kutaka as a mini-boss, it's not a problem. Her survival is super easy, but it lasts way too long. And then her final is... what was her final? Trying to, like, picture her final spell card in my head, and I'm struggling. I don't know. I don't remember it being that bad, but I died to it, like, 3 times. And by that, I mean I lost runs to it, like, 3 times, because I always got there with, like, no lives. And then you have other extra stages. Like, Great Fairy Wars. I haven't played Great Fairy Wars. Great Fairy War, I don't know if it's plural. But I've heard Marisa is I've heard that extra stage is absolutely, like, one of the hardest. And I've heard other people say it's not... I've heard people say it's not actually the hardest. It's just very, very memorization heavy. Oh man, I don't know. I was freaking out on keys right there. I haven't actually played GFW, so I can't really say much. Alright, this is gonna be my last attempt. for real this time. I doubt I'm gonna beat it. I'm probably gonna get to Lunatic Impact and then lose. Yeah, I swear to God. I think, yeah, because Junko shows up at the beginning. And I think she's counted as, like, an entity or an enemy or whatever. And because that's technically the start of the first non-spells chapter, she counts, so she counts as that. So, and you can't kill her, so you'll always just get, like, 50% on that one. Which kind of sucks. So you have to... So if you wanted to get a life on that, then you'd probably have to time it out a little. Which I do not feel comfortable at all with the idea of timing out anything that Hecatia does. I mean, luckily most things will give you the graze you need. Not always. Dude, I remember I first started this, and I was thinking these were easy. And I mean, the first one I can still do consistently. Second one I can't. And second one I die 100 times, because I think I can do it. And then I can't. This one. Take lasers. This reminds me of when I first played, I was going through all the games just to beat them before going back to get a 1cc. And I remember trying for a really long time on SA to beat Orin, and I just couldn't do it. And at some point I said, you know what, I'm just going to move on to UFO. Maybe I can beat that one. And if it wasn't obvious enough, I sure didn't. And... but I gave up a lot faster. Whoops. I gave up a lot faster on UFO because... I got to stage 5. I already struggled enough with just beating stage 5. And then... so I get to the actual stage 5 boss. I see Sho. And then immediately she starts shooting curvy lasers at me. And I know it's a big old meme about how she just shoots curvy lasers and it's a big problem for people. But legitimately, when I first saw that, when I was playing, I saw the curvy lasers. I knew UFO was about as hard, if not harder, than SA. I saw those lasers and I just said, I'm playing 10 Desires next. And 10 Desires was strange. Because, in my experience at least, because of the whole life system, you don't get a lot of lives. I still played generally well. I think on my first run, dang it, on my first run, I made it all the way. I made it to stage 5, and I hadn't used a single continue. I had to use one on stage 5 because Fudo's boat spell card, the first one, I can't do it. It's like the waterfall attack Notori has, but worse. Because I can't freaking hit her half the time. So I game over to that. And then I got to Miko. And that went beyond poorly. I've heard Miko is one of the easiest final bosses. And while, now that I've fought in all of them, and I've replayed most of the games, I will say that she is one of the easier ones. But when I first played, I could not for the life of me do it. Like I got to Miko and I game overed enough times that I couldn't continue anymore. And so I ended up having to do another run just to beat the game, which I did also then game over a ton during the final boss again. I think I'm just going to try to kill her with homing on this one. I'm liking this strategy a whole lot more. But it is doing no damage. Okay, I'm doing so little damage, I might as well be timing it out. Damn it. There we go. It's not that hard. I don't know what my problem is. This, though. This is that hard. I have been dreading this attack ever since I've heard about this fight. Because what I hear is non-spells are terrible. Spell cards are fine. Lunatic Impact haunts me in my nightmares. Ah! I should have just bombed. Alright. I'm gonna try this some other time. Right now, I've been going at this for 4 hours. I've gotten to Lunatic Impact 6 times. And I got past it once. And then immediately died to Junko. Oh boy. Yeah. Alright. I'm done. I'm liking the stage so far. It's kicking me while I'm down, but it's not making me mad, so that's a plus. I'm having fun. And at some point, I'm going to try to do this again. I don't know when, though. Probably not tomorrow. Probably Thursday. I got nothing going on Thursday. And I really want to finally just beat every extra stage. Not counting. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Yeah. I want to beat every extra stage, and this is the last one I have, technically. I still have both of Phantasmagoria Flower Views extra stages. But I don't care all that much about those. I'll do them eventually, but I'll probably do it after I do this. That'll be like the last extra, that'll be the very last extra stage. Not quite. Well, and then there's also GFW, but I haven't played that one yet. And then there's also the Photo Finder extra stages. You know, there's a lot of them, but counting mainline, it's just this and 9. And hopefully I can do this next time. I'm gonna need to figure out how to do Lunatic Impact. I'm generally just gonna need to get better at the blue non-spells. I've gotten really pretty consistent at Dorami. I need to figure out her first and 5th spell card are fine. Those are super easy. Junko's first spell card is easy. Her non-spell, I don't want to deal with. Second spell card, I just need to get more consistent at. That's just a me issue. I can do it sometimes, and I'm getting better at it. But I need to actually just get it down for once. Third spell card. I also need to I really need to get consistent at that one. I'm really bad at that one. With how the lasers are bouncing all over the place. I've only captured it twice, I think. One time was because I didn't have bombs, and the other time was the first time I tried it with Reimu, which is strange how I can't do it again. And then after that's when it gets problematic. Because sixth spell card, big problem for me. Big choking point. I don't know what I want to do with that one. I kind of just want to time it out, to be honest. I kind of just want to chill on the right side rather than trying to kill her, because it's a lot safer. I think next time I'm going to try to time it out and see if I prefer doing it that way. Then the spell card after that is Lunatic Impact, which I really need to... I might watch a video of someone doing that just to get a general idea, because no spell card practice, so I can't just throw myself at it, which I'd love to do, so I understood what to do. And then after that, I don't think I'm gonna have much of an issue. If I can get past Lunatic Impact with a life and a bomb, I think I'll be able to clutch it. Because Junko's first non-spell, well, technically second non-spell, her non-spell in that section is... I think it seems to be easier than her other one. I could be wrong, but it seems to be easier. And then there's her spell card, which I've seen, which I really don't think is going to give me any issues at all. I think that one's going to be fine. It's very, very simple. It's going to be tight, but it's kind of just like a alternative version of Junko's first non-spell, but like her stage 6 one. And then there's the survival. Survival scares me. Survival spell card definitely scares me. I don't know what to expect for that one entirely. I don't know how to do it. I haven't played it. I don't think it'll be that hard to get down. Compared to other survival spell cards, I think I'll be more comfortable getting consistent at this one. Hopefully I can do it fast. And then their final... I have a general idea of how to do their final. But not much after that. I think staying under Junko during that is the right idea. But... aside from that, it's just dodging. It's just tight dodging. So hopefully I can beat this on Thursday. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. And then I'll try other extra I might try POFVs at some point. I don't think I'm going to try it immediately. I think I'm going to go for... I think I'm going to do Imperishable Knight and Mountain of Faith hard 1cc's before doing that. Then I'm going to do some other games on hard. And then I might do it. Yeah, I've delayed ending the stream long enough talking about what I'm going to do and what I'm not. So that's going to be all from me. Have a great day to any of you who are watching. I will probably be back on Thursday, but I cannot say that as a definitive probably. I mean, expect it if I'm probably going to happen. If not, then like, I don't know, sometime over the weekend, before Sunday. Alright, thank you all for showing up, and have a good one. Bye-bye.